Alright, cool. We're gonna do Suzuka 1000 kilometers, so I looked up how long the race is gonna be. And it's around 6 hours, a bit less if you drive well, I guess. So that's pretty poggy-woggy. And I want to use my Viper GTS or Team Orica race car. First gotta set the transmission, also get some tires. I don't think I've bought any hard racing tires or anything. Alright, real world courses. Suzuka. Right, Suzuka's got pretty decent straight. 13, 14, 13? Alright. Test out the transmission. And if the car drives well as well. I got 6 gears. I'll just check to be sure. So I mainly gotta check the frickin' straight on the way back at the end of the track. Alright, this is the long straight. Let's see what we get. I'm gonna have a feeling it's too tight. Oh yeah, that's too tight indeed. That's way too tight. Not even, I mean too wide, I mean not too tight. What am I saying? I need to tighten it. Because I'm not even hitting 6th gear. Let's go to 9. And this time I'm gonna just instantly turn around. Because it'll take too much time driving the whole track. First attempt was just, you know, getting familiar with the car, see if it's comfy, and it drives pretty alright. Is it me or is my... I guess it is me. I can tighten that even more by 1 or 2. I'd say 1. Invisible wall. As a kid, I always thought, oh, there's a way to get out of the track, only to be met with a disappointing invisible wall. I can do even tighter. But I should probably leave it at that then. Alright. No. I was pressed down instead of right for some reason. The icons go a little bit diagonally. Go change my oil, pleb.
You want to wash Wang? Or you want to watch Wang wash Wang?
Washy washy. Oh, that's very good news. Yeah, I think I heard something like that, though I wasn't sure if it was confirmed or not. But yeah, that's good if it's not gonna be an exclusive, because fuck that. Although I still wouldn't know if my PC would be able to run it at all, because it depends. Probably on lower settings or something. A lot of modern games, my PC is gonna struggle. Whew. But yeah, now just gotta hope that it's gonna be a good remake and it's not gonna suck. Because, oh, I'm gonna be very, 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 very strict. And I'm not gonna be like, you know, it doesn't need to be the same, obviously, everywhere. But, like, if they're gonna change things, it should be done in a good way. Especially the fight with the end. Like that one, I'm oh, like that's like literally one of my favorite boss fights in video game history. So if they're gonna fuck up that, but they have a very good chance of making it amazing. Right, am I the only non-Japanese race car here? Do I just see Japanese race cars? No, actually there's an Opel. Nissan Skyline, Honda NS6, Toyota Supra. I think another Supra. No, RX-7 and a Supra. And an Opel Calibra, I think. Stop brake checking! No Tom's Supra. Speaking about Tom's, Takamoto Katsuta actually drove in Formula 3 in the Tom's team. Well, I'm just very curious to see how they're gonna remake it. God damn it, freaking ear itchy. You know, assuming it's all gonna happen. But yeah, like MGS3 is easily one of my favorite games ever made. So I'm gonna get offended if they fuck it up. Are they gonna hire David Hayter again? To do Snake's voice? As for the other voice actors, like, you know, like, they won't be as important if they're necessarily having to be the same, but as long as they fit with the character still. Jack Black to do Snake. That would be genius for like Metal Gear Solid Abridged. Just have Jack Black voice Snake. I wouldn't mind Jack Black doing a cover of the theme song Snake Eater. He'd nail that. And what do I find? Nothing but a greasy freebooter. But if it's gonna be Blue Point, then, you know, they did do a good job with Demon's Souls remake. The remaster HD collection is a bit hit and miss. It's generally good, but there's some weird bugs here and there that did not get like noticed by Blue Point when porting the HD collection. So I'm just really fucking hoping that they won't fuck it up. But we shall see. We do kinda live like in an era of remakes, and that's both good and bad. Like, I don't mind getting remakes and stuff of beloved games, but I'm also gonna be a bit cynical and say, like, it's like companies can't be creative anymore and create anything new and just only rely on remaking old stuff. Next Pokemon Gen 5 remakes for the next console. You know, I actually totally forgot that they already remade Gen 4. But yeah, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl was a thing. But again, like, it's like a very double opinion of mine. Like, I think I don't mind remakes, like, as long as they're good, right? Dead Space remake I heard was very good. You know, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 remake and whatnot, and there's so many good remakes out there nowadays. And I'm not trying to complain about remakes. If we're getting good remakes, like, hey, amazing. It's just that a part of me is like, it seems like the only good games they can churn out nowadays are remakes, because they can only kind of like rely on good things made in the past instead of making something good themselves. At least in terms of like the big AAA games. There's of course exceptions. I mean, like Elden Ring was like pretty fucking amazing, I heard. Final Fantasy is also getting remakes. Resident Evil as well. So again, it's not like stop making remakes or no, it's like, alright, fine, good job, you're making awesome remakes, but please also make new good games. Also, there are some people who genuinely want remakes of the original God of War games made in the style of the new God of War, and I am so much against that, though. Oh, crap. Even though I like the new God of War games, I still prefer the older ones. But it just wouldn't work remaking them in the style of the new games, because the old original ones were all about scale and over-the-topness, which would not fucking work. In the new style. And I think it would be kind of insulting, because I think it's fair to remake a game if it has like outdated controls and like make them better. Like, you know, you could argue about like the OG Resident Evil games having like pretty outdated controls with like the tank controls and stuff. Like, you know, I can see that. I can definitely approve upon that, but like with God of War, it's not that the OG God of Wars are outdated, it's like just a different type of game, you know, it's like more like the hack and slash style rather than a over-the-shoulder third person. And the over-the-head over-the-shoulder third person is more for, you know, focused combat, whereas the hack and slash is more for like fighting against big groups of enemies. So I think it would be insulting to just remake it in that style, in the other style, and just try to pretend as if the OG God of Wars were bad or something, because there's this weird fucking notion going around about that. And it always will grind my gears. Got yellow headlights. But if MGS3 Remake is gonna be successful, I definitely will expect a remake of every other MGS game down the line. Although I'd still personally just see a remake of the OG MSX games. That would be so much more exciting to actually have Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 translated into 3D experience. And I'm sure there's like a lot of background lore about like a lot of like the characters in those games that could be translated so well into like a good experience. Oh god, no. No.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 Nine, 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 nine!
Nope.
When are my tires gonna die? They're getting a bit yellowy. I'm impressed that they're wearing pretty equally. I'd almost think I'm driving a four-wheel drive car. Imagine if they actually remade Metal Gear Survive. Like the remake no one asked for. I think that would be like the funniest shit ever. I don't even know if they could make it a good game. I don't know if that's like physically possible in the realm of our universe. Alright. Seems my front tires are actually dying first. And are on their last breath. Stick. So, I mean, Metal Gear Survive itself is just fucking hilarious. It's like, oh, we got the Metal Gear franchise, but we don't have Kojima with us, what should we do? I know what the kids like. Survival games, that's hip. Turn it into a survival game, make it happen. Like, holy crap. Ugh. First pit stop of many. So, it was on lap 9. Add Snake, add Metal Gears, add relevant characters, good guns, remove shitty game mechanics. Add bridge babies and parcel delivery minigames. For an all-new Strand type experience. Death Stranding 2. Maybe. I'm not sure. Also, Konami. There's actually Konami sponsors in this game. I've only seen it on this track though, but it's pretty funny. Maybe they did it because, like, in real life there was a Konami sign there, I don't know. There's plenty of other, like, brands and shit. Racing games are, like, one of the few types of games you can get away with, like, putting a lot of brand advertisement in. Because it's realistic. We've got like brand advertisement on real racetracks as well. Haven't even checked how fast we can go with this car. 270, not bad. Konami. There's definitely a bunch of Konami games I need to play. Like, you know, Castlevania and Contra and shit. And you know, even though Konami is mostly shit, they actually did put a lot of their classic games on Steam. And contrary to a lot of other owners of classic games. I do think, like, you know, that's like one of the easiest ways to stop piracy and shit. Just make games more easily accessible. I just bought Contra and like the Castlevania collection. And otherwise I would have just downloaded it off a ROM site and emulated it. I was right, it is an Opel Calibra. Because there was also the other Opel, the Astra, that's very similar. So I literally have 5 races to go in this game, including this one. Only 5. Can count them on my hand. And this is one of the 2 shortest ones left. Even though technically this one's slightly longer, but only because of the slower car I'm using for it. Because technically they're both equally as long, both exactly 1,000 kilometers. It's just that this race uses slower cars. So I want to do like a sort of equal class car. Which means it'll take a bit longer to travel those 1,000 kilometers. Oh, it's not an RX-7, it's no, wait, never mind. That's the NSX. That's a whole different car. I forgot there was an NSX. Hey, Galactic. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I just want to let you know that I've streamed Homefront 2 days ago. I'm gonna make sure that the VOD of the game is also gonna be on YouTube. I completed the whole game in one session. It's pretty fun. We will watch it. Got pulled away. Went to watch a movie. That's alright. I'll definitely need to catch up with like uploading my VODs properly. But I'll try to stay consistent and try to release like 2 or 3 VODs per day so that it can quickly be on YouTube to be viewed. I played on the hardest difficulty and it took me like 5 hours to beat. But yeah, it was an enjoyable game. A nice linear action-paced, action-focused FPS game. There was also one level where I got to control a helicopter, which I really enjoyed. And then I also noticed that the game also had a sequel, which I wishlisted. Yeah, no problem. It was definitely fun to play it. I wasn't too sure how long it would take me to beat it, but then I looked up how many missions there were, and then like eventually I was already finished with level 6, and I was like, oh, 1 more level to go, well I might as well finish it, and I just went for it to finish it all in one go. I know Slayer Dude's birthday is coming up. He already told me his request. So I'll make sure that'll be ready on the 16th next month. Eventually I'll probably play the second game, yeah. Just not sure yet when. FPS games in general are like one of my favorite genres. I even compiled like a whole list of FPS games that I want to go through. Sorted by year. Actually, it wasn't just me all alone. I got a lot of help of Light with compiling that list. As for this game, I've only got 5 races left, including this one. Oh my god, my controller almost fell out of my hands just now. I'm just like awkwardly holding it and then like almost slipped out of my hands. Also, we're almost a tenth of the way there. Alright. Because we got 172 laps. That'll definitely be like over 5 hours. Somewhere between 5 and 6 hours for sure. Close to 6. Oof. I hope I'm mentally prepared for this. Well, this one and Fuji 1000 kilometers I'm gonna be able to do. But then Tsukuba 9 hours. Oof, I don't even know I'm gonna do that. Jesus Christ. Maybe split that one up into 2 sessions or something. Especially because Tsukuba is such a boring fucking track. That makes it the worst. At least the 24 hours of Le Mans is gonna be on a fun track. Beep. I got another spam email. I remember when the 100 laps on Super Speedway Oval was such an incredibly long, boring race for me. Even though that was literally the shortest out of any of the endurance races. And then I saw races like this, like, wow, 172 on a track that's not an oval. Not only that, it's like a pretty long track as well. Just under 2 minutes with this car. That's a crazy amount of time. Alright, the Supra. No, the RX-7 is second. Expected the Supra to be. Nope. No clue how the game thinks I'm supposed to take this fully in 6th gear. I have to brake a decent bit for it. I haven't even calculated yet what time I'm gonna be done with this race. Oh dear. Say give or take 5 hours from now. It's 9:30. 2:30. And that's like not counting breaks. Unless I genuinely get so bored out of my mind that I just end up giving up or something. Or at least like pausing until tomorrow. Well, not bored is not the right word, but more like fatigued. Because doing almost anything for a large amount of hours causes fatigue. Ooh, 2 plebs. There's the NSX still here as well. Oh no, that's the Calibra. Just already passed the NSX. That's what I get for looking away for half a second. So RX-7 is going strong. Aiming for a good second place. Way too late on the brakes. Sometimes I'm unsure if my eyes and brain are still connected. Yeah, I can't take that full throttle. Yeah, the hangover, that sucks. Hangovers are kind of shitty, yeah. I always drink a lot of water after I've had alcohol. That really helps to prevent a hangover. A little bit too much of a cut. Brrrt. Goes the curb. Lap 27. Time for another pit. Yep. Almost crashed into that. Alright. Switch that for some fresh tires. Fresh tires. Checking my phone for some stuff. Next lap, next pit stop will be at 36. Yeah. Not just me being too aggressive there. I'm just trying to push the car to the limit sometimes. I will probably end up making a sandwich in like 20 or so minutes. I'll set some extra food. I think, maybe not. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe. Depends on my hunger meter. Well, almost an hour in. Boom, 1 hour. That means like 30 and a half laps in 1 hour. That means 61 laps in 2 hours. $122 and 4. I felt that. Looking, touching my right rear there. Calibra! Going wide. Skyline! Skyline. Oop. Cut a little bit there. New lap record. But that was with a filthy cut. But no cut this time. Another lap record. This time without a cut, so that's cool. Supra, 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 Supra. Oh, getting a little bit of traction loss on my rears there in the second gear. Exciting. Another lap record. I keep setting a new lap record every time. Holy shit. I think there was a little bit of slipstreaming there, I think. Don't go off track. Whoop. Wah, wah, wah. Alright, pit stop time after this lap. Well, at the end of. Jesus Christ, the understeer. Pit time. And refueling. Do I still have water, I wonder, in my bottle? I'll have to check in a moment. I also wonder if I should make some G Fuel. I'm like pretty tired. I think I might need it. I have to do a lot. Wide, 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 wide. Understeer, understeer, understeer. Ah. Alright. So I gotta do a couple things. I gotta go to the bathroom. Gonna check how my mom is feeling because, you know, like after recently, you know, like I just wanna give like plenty of chats with my mother that she doesn't feel alone downstairs. Because my dog's not there anymore, of course. I think I'm gonna make some G Fuel as well because I'm feeling a little bit like on the sleepy-ish side. So I think I'm gonna need some G Fuel to kind of wake myself up a bit more for this race. And maybe a sandwich, I'm not sure. Oh crap, what's my cable doing? So just I'll be right back, a few minutes, and then we'll continue. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Just gotta shake my G Fuel real quick. My G Fuel. Let's see. Let's get some of that G Fuel. Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, powder. Doesn't want to evenly get in. There we go. Like that. And now we shake it. And now we shake it. Shake, shake, shake it. Shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake it. Shake, 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 shake it. Shake. It be shaking, chap. Be shaking. Gotta get that caffeine. To be honest, I'm not even sure if there is I think I always thought there's caffeine, but like. Actually, I can't even find anything regarding to caffeine. Might actually not be caffeine, but still, there's like a lot of other crap in there, like vitamins and minerals and shit, that still like help you like wake up, basically. It does still give you nice energy. So, with that done, I think I'm gonna be about ready to continue this race. I'm just getting more freaking notifications of video games on Steam. Ugh. Make sure my cable goes underneath my chair. It's a new trick I figured out, so that it doesn't like constantly keep schwacking my legs and feet. Right. Why does my right armrest feel so much higher? It's my body being weird. Finished recording replay. Supra. Can I take a sip? Oh yeah. I'm still not out of all my G Fuel flavors, but almost. I do believe I finished like most of the others. Yeah, I'll be able to use the tubs for like something, storage. Always handy to have like some kind of closable containers. Just gotta make sure after I finish it that the insides are nice and clean. I spy a little Slayer dude lurking in the chat. Sneakily hiding away, trying not to be noticed. Checking if my cable is not getting squashed by my chair. I'm kinda hyped though for 24 Hours of Le Mans next month. I'm gonna have to like have that on in the background somewhere. Maybe on my phone, I don't know. That'd be cool. These long straights are perfect for taking a sip. Brrr. Well, that was not good. You have to wait a moment for the G Fuel to kick in, where I'll be a lot more awake. Oh, that was a smooth corner. Oh, way too late, way too late, way too late. Can I go around here? Oh, I can, good. Yo, where'd that car go? Is he that far away? Calibra. I'm really focusing to try and like always like pass cars cleanly, because there are so many games where there is damage, so I just really want to do my best to learn and not get bad habits. Vroom. Oh, a bit wide. Ah. Oh, I don't want to hit the cones. Oh wait, someone did hit the cone. It was probably me a couple laps ago. One more thing, just do you feel have vitamin D? Like we do have carbohydrate, no sugar, vitamin C, vitamin E, niacin, no clue what that is. B6, B12, that's good. No D. I do have a vitamin D deficiency, and I keep forgetting every day to take it. Maybe I should take it now with my G Fuel. How about that? Instead of talking about it. Oh, it's clean. Yeah. Alright. Trying to make a pit stop again at the end here. Not behind the NSX. Got a bit of understeer there. close. No refuel needed. Checking my phone. One moment. Cool. All right. It is so lovely to drive this car. I don't know what it is. Just that slight addiction of just vibing with the car. And it doesn't even have to drive perfect because, you know, a lot of cars just will have certain styles that, you know, just fit with the car. Like, I'm sure this car is a little bit heavier than like a lot of the Japanese racing cars. Won't be as maneuverable. And that's just simply, you know, stuff that will always be there because in the end you're still driving a Viper. but it is just satisfying. Like just going through that corner. Just like getting up to those high speeds. And trying to do it as smoothly as possible. Like just hearing that rev limiter go up and up and up with every gear, that's what satisfies me as well. That constant build up of just going faster and faster. RX-7 coming out of pit lane. Is that RX-7 still in second? Yep. The NSX. Get into that slipstream. To brake a little bit extra there to make that corner. There he is. I saw you sneakily hiding in the chat list. I was wondering when you'd say hi. It's good to see you, Slayer. I'm doing okay. Felt a little bit tired, so I made some G Fuel to wake myself up a bit for this long race. And I also made a sandwich about 30 minutes ago, so hope you're doing good too. I'm gonna assume you've been playing more Scum today. He jumped in, but I had to go to the toilet. Fair enough. I've had toilet problems as well today. I had to go 3 times in a row because my stomach was, well, not my stomach, it was more my gut was just constantly whining. Whenever, like very often when I eat food, there's something in my stomach that triggers my gut and is gonna like force me to go to the toilet. Lap number 50. Thinking about the wedding of your buddy? Holy shit, that's awesome. Oh darn, I haven't been in a wedding since I was a little kid. Sooner or later my brother will probably have a wedding with his girlfriend. That will be awesome. I've got an idea for a wedding gift. But force me to learn and paint between now and the 2nd of June to get it done. Oh darn. Well, it definitely depends on if you think you're gonna be able to finish it by the time. Well, you can tell me about it if you want. I'm so bad at thinking about gifts, it's crazy. I am like the worst thing ever at gifts. I'm so bad at gifts, I don't even know what kind of gift I want for my own birthday. That's how bad I am at thinking of gifts. It's like, I don't even know what I want for my birthday, let alone what I should give other people. You don't suck at painting. Oh, at people specifically, that's what you mean. I mean, I do believe that's probably gonna be very hard to paint. There's definitely, like, in my opinion, there's always something extra special when someone creates something for you as a present. Like, that always makes me feel so humbled. Sadly, I'm not really able to create much because I don't really have any talent for such things, but if I had, then I'd definitely, like, create things as present for people. Ah, I see the connections. That's very nicely thought out of you. I would have never been able to figure something out myself like that. Hmm. Yeah. I definitely hope you'll be able to make it work, because it sounds like a great idea. Yeah, definitely look up some tutorials. I mean, that's the great thing now about the internet. There's like a tutorial for pretty much anything, even the most simple things to the most complex things, probably. Whoa, spontaneous burp. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like even tutorials on like how to microwave the simplest things. Let me. There might also be a tutorial online on how to cook how to boil water. I bet. Like how to boil water and how to cook ramen. I bet there's tutorials for that. Damn it. The stupid cable is tickling my leg again. Stop it. Oh, getting drink. Lap 54, that's our pit lap. Welcome back, Slayer. When you typed in "be right back getting drink," I thought it said "be right back getting drunk." Yeah, that's why I was surprised. I was like, huh, something's not right there. Some good news though, I heard from Light today. She told me that the planned Metal Gear Solid 3 remake that's most likely coming is most likely not gonna be an exclusive, which is gonna be great. Which means it's probably gonna also be on Xbox and PC. Eep, eep, eep. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna be very, 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 very freaking critical of the game. Because MGS3, and for that part, pretty much all Metal Gear Solid games, kind of, are like some of my favorite games ever. So they better freaking make if they remake it, it better be freaking faithful. Otherwise I'm gonna lose my shit. Specifically the end boss fight. Like, that's one of my favorite battles in gaming history, with the end. And there is lots of potential to improve on that fight, because the fight is definitely not perfect. But I know there's so much potential to, like, making that fight so much better, even. And it would be absolutely awesome if they did that. Yeah, problem is that Konami and Kojima are not on the best of terms, sadly. So I don't think that's gonna happen. Although, Konami is probably gonna outsource the development to Blue Point Studios, which are the same people who remade frickin' Demon's Souls on PlayStation 5. What they remade. And that is a very good remake, I heard. So I'm just hoping that that's gonna, like, you know, be kind of the proof that, you know, of their past, that they are worthy of making a good remake. But yeah, sadly, Kojima will, you know, even though as much as I want Kojima to be involved, I don't think that's gonna happen. But I definitely would trust Bluepoint more than Konami themselves. Like, it's a good thing they're outsourcing it to someone else. Because I don't want another repeat of Metal Gear Survive. But if they are successful with remaking MGS3, I sure as shit believe they're gonna remake the rest of the franchise as well. Because that'll be a gold mine. Now, obviously, they'll do the main games if that's the case. So they'll probably do MGS 1 and 2 and maybe even 4. But I'm also curious if they would touch Peace Walker and Portable Ops. And what even is more interesting for me, what I personally would want to see most, would be proper remakes, 3D world remakes of Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 on the MSX2. Because those games are old. And there's so much you could, like, improve upon those games to create in a 3D world. Oh, it was even before Game Boy Color. Like, we're talking Nintendo Entertainment System, Super Nintendo era. Oh yeah. The best versions are definitely the MSX2 versions. Because the Nintendo versions were different. I played both of them. And especially 2 was very impressive. And I would love to see like a proper 3D remake. There'd be so much lore they could put into that. But I just don't know if they'll be capable of doing it as good. I don't know. Even Metal Gear Solid 5, I like that game, but it's just nowhere near as good as the other MGS games. Because the others I can keep coming back to for the sake of story. Even Peace Walker I wouldn't really necessarily want to replay that much. You don't like MGS5? Yeah, that's a fair opinion, I can see why. Yeah, I mean, Kojima did work on 5, but not until the finish of the game. But I can totally see why you would dislike it. Like, I still like 5, but I definitely don't like 5 nearly as much as the others. Like, if I could only play 4 MGS games for the rest of my life, I would choose 1, 2, 3, and 4 for sure, and not 5. Yeah, for me it's very difficult. And I think it's very difficult for me to choose a favorite, is because every single game is so different. They're so incredibly different from another. Like, 1 is just like so freaking atmospheric, but it's also pretty grounded in the fact that, you know, the story isn't overly complicated yet. And it's got a lot of like personal character development with Snake, Otacon, and Meryl. And just the atmosphere they managed to get in the PS1 is so impressive. 2 is very interesting, because 2 is just like insanely meta in like the whole AI shit and how like they predict the future of stuff. And it like unfolds kind of like the whole Patriots meta stuff. Like 2 is so like special in the way that in order to understand how good it is, you really need to dive deep into the game. 3 is also, I mean that's, you know, like set in the freaking jungle, so that's already unique and shit, with the whole eating animals and plants and shit. But it's also like such a great story of the origin of Big Boss, and the whole story with the boss is like absolutely fucking brilliant. Like, I usually do kind of lean into 3, but 4 as well is like... 4 is definitely the most fan-service-y game. But 4 is like very depressing in like a good way. It's definitely very fan servicey, but I do think it like fits well enough. And it's just a freaking roller coaster of a story. With so many crazy things happening. It's so like it's so hard for me to pick. But I like if someone was holding a gun to my head, I'd probably kind of lean into 3. I would probably lean into 3, like if I was absolutely forced. The only reason why I didn't like 2 as much than just 1 and 3 because I couldn't play Snake. Yeah, that's fair. That's like, I can see why that's a minus point, and for me it is as well. Like, I think it's disappointing you don't get to play a Snake in that game. But at the same time, it kind of plays into that whole meta thing of like the deep reasoning how MGS2 was made, because there's like a freaking insane depth to that game in terms of like development choices, because Metal Gear Solid was originally just meant to be the one-off game, but fans kept asking for a new one, and Kojima wasn't really too sure about like what to make, because people just wanted another Metal Gear Solid. And like, you know, then he like purposefully did that 180 where you get to play as Raiden. And then you do get to see Snake from the outside being a badass, instead of you controlling him. And you have like that whole reveal of like the S3 plan of a Solid Snake simulation where Raiden is kind of like it's the whole game is like set up in order for Raiden to basically become like Solid Snake, because like the whole event is like a reenactment of Metal Gear Solid 1, because it's all staged. Like, in terms of that, it's like very meta, which is like very impressive. Even though I do wish, like, if they were to remake Metal Gear Solid 2, I would kind of wish for like 2 playthroughs possible in that game. So, firstly, just the same one as MGS2, where you play as Raiden, but there should also be like, I think after you beat the story, a second playthrough that unlocks, where you see the whole game through the eyes of Snake. But I do think it should be unlocked after playing it as Raiden, to maintain at least the effect, kind of, at first, for a first-time player. But yeah, then being able to play it as Snake, where you actually visit like Shell 2 and stuff like that. And like, you know, you get there and you have to like disguise yourself as a member of the SEALs and all that stuff. Like, you know, Resident Evil does it similarly, where you play a game multiple times with different characters, and it's like through the eyes of a different character, and you see what they are doing. Which I always appreciate, because it gives the game so much replay value. And you'll even get to see like the fight between Snake and Fortune as well, which you never got to see, but it is mentioned that Snake and Fortune fought. Though the one problem might be then though is that if you were to do a playthrough as Snake, there might not be as many bosses. Because as far as I know, Snake didn't get to fight as many people. I mean, he did fight Fortune, but again, Fortune was like unbeatable, just like kind of with riding against Fortune, just avoiding shots. But yeah, I don't know who else Snake fought. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily, but bosses have always been a big part in the Metal Gear Solid games. They've always been very present. They're like the massive highlights throughout the story, right? Like in Metal Gear Solid 1, you know, you've got like all of the members of Foxhound. And then in 2 you've got Dead Cell, in 3 you've got the Cobras, in 4 you've got the B&B Corp. So, you know, it's like... I mean, there'd probably be some cool things they could still add. And to be honest, something I'd want, and I don't think you'd disagree, is playing as Grey Fox. Just a game about Grey Fox, including maybe the events of MGS1. Yeah, who doesn't like Grey Fox? We're not tools of the government. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. Spontaneous moth in my room. Orgasm? Wait, what? This is not an ASMR stream. Ah, yeah, I remember having played those VR missions as well. Do you also have the extended VR mission disc? Like the standalone expansion of Metal Gear Solid VR missions? Well, the main game is 2 discs. But there's also like a separate disc that you need to buy, which is like just... That doesn't make sense, because the PS1 version has 2 discs for the main game. Because the main game doesn't fit on one PS1 disc. Like Metal Gear Solid 1 on PS1 is on 2 discs. But then there's a separate game as well, which is like Metal Gear Solid VR missions. Ah, and the PC version, right. I keep forgetting the PC version exists, actually. Okay, so the second one is basically the separate VR mission extra, right? So I have that on PS1. I did pay a lot for it, but it was very high quality, like pretty much undamaged case, which is super rare for PS1. Like high quality undamaged shiny case. Do you also remember the sniper challenges where you have to defend the curry? Oh yeah, of course, you can take pictures of mailing and stuff like that. Where you can see all their polygons. I do think adding like those bonus modes would be nice in the remakes as well. The VR modes and the snake versus monkey and all that stuff. Like, they better nail that. Could be. There's definitely often been a lot of challenges like that. Of like finishing the game in certain ways. In Metal Gear Solid 3 there's a lot of different ones as well, depending like what kind of animals you can capture. You've caught the Tsuchinoko before, right? That Tsuchinoko. Have you never heard of that? Oh. The mythical snake that you can catch in Metal Gear Solid 3. No, it's not the ones. Those are different ones. Like... During the boss fight in the flower field, there's 3 hidden snakes that are called Solid, Liquid, and Solidus, that's true. But throughout the game, you can also catch a Tsuchinoko, which is a mythical snake. You gotta catch it in specific areas in the game with a mouse trap. It's like a very thick snake that can barely move. And you get like a special codec call with that. Well, now you've got a reason to play the game again if you ever get in the mood. You can hunt for the Tsuchinoko. I know a fun streamer who plays Metal Gear Solid games on Twitch a lot. He does a lot of marathons, and like he does a lot of like runs where he shows off a lot of like sneaky hidden Easter eggs in the games and stuff. What area and how to get it? Oh, there's you basically need a mouse trap. And you can get it in different areas in the game. But you are only able to get one normally. Except in the Blue Point like HD Collection remasters where they kinda screwed it up and there's a glitch where you apparently are able to capture 2 of them in one playthrough. But there's multiple areas where you can catch it. There's, I think the earliest one in the game is the area where you first encounter guard dogs. There's like also a little swampy area and like electric fences. That's usually where I get it. Just place down some mouse traps and then walk around a few minutes and then the mouse trap should activate and then one of them should most likely have the Tsuchinoko captured. But you can also capture it in the area where you fight the fear. In the first time you get there at night, I believe. You can place them there. So not during the fight with the fear or after, but like the first time you go through the arena when you don't fight him yet, because you first go to the research lab. Oh yeah, flying squirrels. There's also a flying squirrel there. There's also a flying squirrel you can get a lot earlier in the game. Like right at the beginning of Operation Snake Eater, there's like a tree where you can see a flying squirrel climbing onto as well. I always loved, when I was in the cave with the bats, I would love to throw flashbangs around and just knock out all the frickin' bats in one go. That would be so funny. Yeah, you just hear all the sound effects of them falling. Bling, 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 bling. So many cool little things you can do in the game. Have you ever found the Spatza mushroom? A beehive to the pain. Oh yeah, you can get like pain hornets that way. Like you can turn the beehive to like a pain hornet hive. That's like the best food in the game, I believe. Oh, the Spatza mushroom. I know of 2 locations where the Spatza is. So one is at Granon's research lab. If you go inside, disguised as a scientist, there's a little area where there's like some grass and a tree. Like it's outside, but it's like you have to go inside the building, and then there's like a little garden with grass. So right next to the tree there's the Spatza. You can also find it after you get the keycard from Granon and you fight the fair and you finish beating the fair. Then you go back to the storage house to go the other side towards the end. Then right as you exit there, going towards the end, there should also be a spatza mushroom right there near the wall. And I'm not sure if I want to spoil what happens when you eat it, because it would be hilarious for you to find out yourself. But it's definitely worth eating. I gotta spoil it. I don't know if I want to. I don't want to spoil it. I'm not gonna spoil anything. Muhahaha. Nah. I'm not gonna spoil it. Hehe. There's also the Russian glow caps. Have you ever found those? Yeah, and the codec conversations are also fun with that. Snake will be like, oh, if they glow, do they recharge your battery? And they're like, what the hell are you even thinking? Of course not. But then it actually does recharge your battery, and then you can call them again, and Snake will be like, oh, it actually recharged my battery. And they don't believe him. It's like, oh, just let him think, let him believe. Oh yeah, there's definitely some glow caps there. I also assume you've collected all the camos in the game as well. Specifically also the boss camos by tranking all the bosses and stuff. I remember back in the day having such a hard time beating the fear, but nowadays he's super easy to beat with trank. Pretty much even easier than without trank, I'd say. Just throw like poisoned frogs and rotten food and like he's done for super quick. Ah, the Carotin frogs. Yeah, you do get like something, I believe, for shooting every single one. Like, every single area has one. The hardest ones to hit are definitely the ones on the bike sections. Because those happen very quick, so like when you're on the bike with Eva, being chased on the runaway and stuff like that. And then like going through the forest and sniping at the bridge, stuff like that. I assume you've also found the crocodile cap? Yeah, that one's great. Especially later in the game when you get to swim near enemies, they just think you're a crocodile. Fucking hilarious. Oh shit, we're on lap 69, nice. What other little secrets can I think of to ask if you found them? Well, of course you know about the hidden Easter egg minigame where you get to dream, where Snake gets a nightmare of being in like a hack and slash video game, right? I never knew how to get the Sorrow camo. I believe you get that one automatically. Like after you beat him, it just automatically goes into your inventory. It's called Spirit Camo, and the good thing about that one is that enemies cannot hear your footsteps, which is very good for like getting behind enemies and like holding them up or choking them. What was I asking? I already forgot what I said. Oh yeah, the nightmare. Right. So it only works in the original PlayStation 2 versions, so not the HD versions on PS3. But if you when you get locked in the cell after the torture scene where Snake gets his eye shot out, when you're in that jail, save the game, restart your PlayStation 2, and then load your game. Instead of loading back into the jail cell, you will actually temporarily load into a game, which is like a very like God of War-ish like hack and slash game where you just like play as like a dude with two swords and you like kill a bunch of vampires or zombies or something. And it goes on for like 2 minutes or something until you like yeah, it doesn't work on the PS3. They took it out, sadly. But after you finish that minigame, it goes into a cutscene of Snake waking up from a nightmare. But it's only on the original PS2 version. But otherwise you can look it up. Just like on YouTube, like MGS3 Nightmare or something. Or it's like a cool little 2-minute game where you just like play a hack and slash game. And then you can call paramedic as well and talk about like the nightmare. Oh yeah. The end can die from old age. I do like kind of that the clock has impact as well, like as on your food. Like if you take too long, like if you wait a week or like even a couple days with loading your save file again, your food will just be rotten in your inventory. Did you also know that you can make Snake puke from within the menu? Oh yeah, you can also kill the parrot and eat it, yeah. I also like the description of the parrot, like, this bird looks familiar, hinting at Metal Gear Solid 2. In the menu, you can spin him, yeah, I will puke. It was always a bit sad that in terms of healing and medicine items, You never really are low. Like, I even played the game on European Extreme, and I was never necessarily low on any of that. Could have maybe been a little bit more balanced. At least on the harder difficulties that you really had to, like, try a bit harder and stuff. Yeah. The only game that's like brutal on resources is Metal Gear Solid 2 on European Extreme. That's like the hardest game if played on European Extreme. Why? In Metal Gear Solid 2 on European Extreme, you get no rations. None. Zero throughout the whole game. No rations for you. Metal Gear Solid 1, you can max carry one ration, and you can only get it from a knocked out guard. But there's only like one guard in each area, so you gotta be lucky in finding the correct guard that has it, I believe. Three lets you heal with like food and stuff, like automatically regenerating and stuff. There's also life medicine. Crap. I totally freaking missed the pit. Yep. Yeah, it slowly keeps adjusting the eyes, just like in real life, which is a very nice thing. Oh, and just randomly about Metal Gear Solid 2. Do you remember the bridge where you have the Harrier fight? Basically the bridge between Shell 1 and Shell 2. Where you shoot out the C4 transmitters. And like, if you snipe there when trying to take out the transmitters, to the left there's a flag waving, and behind that flag there's a couple transmitters on the higher difficulties. That flag you can actually control with the second player controller. You can like move the stick to make the flag move around, to actually like unblock the vision and like make the transmitters visible. Yeah, I only found out about that not too long ago from like that one streamer that like streams Metal Gear Solid a lot. He shows a lot of those kind of hidden secrets. So technically Metal Gear Solid 2 has two-player mode, I guess. What's also funny, in Metal Gear Solid 1, during the helicopter fight with Liquid, if you call the codec for tips during the fight in the against the heli, they will say that you can use your ears to hear which direction he's coming from. However, the game can recognize when you're using a mono TV instead of a stereo TV. And then they will get yeah, a unique conversation like, oh my god, you've got a mono TV. Metal Gear Solid 1 PS1 version with Psycho Mantis. I mean, yeah, that's like the only way to beat Psycho Mantis, as far as I know, is to put it in controller 2. I don't know how else to beat Psycho Mantis. I'm not sure how to do that, but because I've never found any way to hurt him without doing that. What else can I think of? God, I really hope that they won't fuck up the music in the remake. You know, also the background music in the cutscene where you meet the end, and then the end like says things to Snake, and then at the end like he stands up with his rifle and he's like, "Do you hear me, Snake?" Like the background music during that moment is so eerie. I love it. I really hope they don't fuck it up. Have you also ever experienced what happens if you get tranquilized during the end boss fight? Ooh. Can kill the end before the actual fight when he's in the wheelchair. True. Oh, I got fucked by that so hard. When I was doing my European Extreme run, I was going for a run without any kills. And I did succeed, except I did show off that you could kill the end with his wheelchair. And then, you know, after that, I killed myself on purpose so that the end would, like, come back alive. But apparently it still counted that as a kill, even though I died and let him come alive again. And that stopped me from having a deathless run, or a killless run. So that was very unfair that I didn't get the achievement when I did that. But yeah, if you get tranked by the end, he basically drags you all the way back to the prison cell of Gran's research facility, where the little tarantula is chilling. So then you have to go all the way from that back through the fight area with the fear, back through the warehouse, back through the jungle, all the way back to the end there. Yeah, Johnny, that's also a meme in the Metal Gear Solid games. I assume you know that you can hear him take a shit in Metal Gear Solid 2 when you go rescue when you're like in the room with Ames, and you pull out the directional microphone to listen in on Ocelot and Solidus. Then you can move to the left to hear Johnny on the shitter. And not only that, as well during the sniper protection round where you need to protect Emma when she's walking over the waterway to protect her from all the drones and shit. She also runs into Johnny, and you can also listen in with the directional mic that his stomach's gonna hurt again. Yep. Chasing Meryl quickly. No pants. There's no other game franchise where you can like constantly keep talking about like, did you know this, did you know that, because there's so many hidden secrets. Like after like Metal Gear Solid games you can play 20 times and there's still gonna be hidden things that you don't know about it. It's so amazing. Too bad animals don't really interact with each other. Like, you can capture a rat and put it next to a snake or next to a tarantula and they don't really react to each other. I'm not even halfway up through this race, Jesus. Raiden, turn the game console off right now. The mission is a failure. Cut the power. I need scissors 61. Those codec calls with the AI kernels still mess with me. Like, first time when I played it, I was scared shitless. I was like, what the fuck? Do I reset my console? I think I actually did end up resetting it. Because I was like, creeped out. I was very young when I played it. The whole music itself scared me, because that's some creepy music there. And then, like, the skeleton face kernel as well, the skull face. That one as well freaked me out. Like, holy shit, what's the game doing? Is it possessed? I just love that kind of stuff. I wish more games kind of messed with the player like that. I think one of the Batman games did like one of those things. Where it made it like look as if the game was freezing or something. I believe the green tree python is also pretty rare. I know you do encounter one at the beginning of Snake Eater. There's like one hanging on some trees right before you encounter the boss there. But like other than that, there's not that many areas I think where you can find a green tree python. So how does it taste? Arc 7 goes into the pit. That's another lap. Hitman Absolution had an Easter egg of Metal Gear Solid. Oh, I didn't know that, no. What kind of Easter egg is it? A little alert exclamation mark, nice. Oh. That's cool. I mean, that's often like one of the easiest ways to make a Metal Gear Solid reference with the exclamation mark, because it's such an iconic thing, the exclamation mark. And I guess it kind of makes sense in a Hitman game, because in Hitman stealth is also pretty important. I always love finding Easter eggs. Especially if they like are very like well hidden and stuff. You have to do like crazy shit for it. I remember I was playing one of the Call of Duty games on PlayStation 2. I don't know which one it was though. If it was Big Red 1 or COD 1 on PS2. which are different than the PC versions. But I remember someone telling me, like in one of the North Africa levels, like a building, and you gotta throw a lot of grenades at a door, and then eventually you blow up the door and you can go inside, and there's like pictures on the wall and stuff. I believe of the developers, I'm not sure anymore. Stuff like that. I love that kind of hidden shit. Alright, that's cool, Slayer. I was already surprised that you've stayed for 3 minutes past midnight. I was like, Could it be the real Slayer dude still being up this late? Well, yeah, thank you so much for chatting. Been fun. I'm gonna sit here and drive more of this race. I'm not even halfway yet. AM. I'm probably gonna stay up till like 5 or something, I don't know. I'm trying to go earlier, but it doesn't always work for me. But I wish you sleep well. And yeah, sweet dreams. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Gotta do another pit stop already. Is the soundtrack gonna reset again? Or not yet? Should be close. I almost turned in too early. No, not supposed to happen. That was smooth. tiny bug flying around somewhere. Lap 86, halfway point at the end of this lap. That's gonna be 5 hours and 50 minutes. Alright, we're halfway exactly. That was like almost perfect 2:55. So that means 5 hours 50 minutes. Oof. Music reset? Question mark. Not yet, it seems. Fuck. Is that a plane I'm hearing? Freaking noise. There we go, there's the music reset. Wow, first time I heard a car over the bridge when that goes while I was going under it. Shit. Hey there, Hangfire. Good evening. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm just driving 1,000 kilometers over Suzuka Speedway. Just finished my 100th lap. I've not finished Bloodborne yet. I'm still playing through it. I'm currently past a part where a tower would constantly spam frenzy on me, and then I went inside a building and there was like a bunch of giant spiders that I had to kill. And then I finished off one hunter and got a shortcut back to my last lamp. I hope that's an accurate enough description of where I am in the game. Yeah, you haven't missed it all. Been kind of like playing a lot of Gran Turismo as well, and I played Homefront for Galactic's birthday request. But still there, I'm still, yeah, playing it. I still gotta do one more race tomorrow, maybe after that I'll continue more Bloodborne, I think. How's it comparing to the other Souls games? I'd say it's better than Dark Souls 2. Probably. I so far would not say Bloodborne is better than Dark Souls 1 though. I'm generally really liking Bloodborne, but there are definitely some bullshit moments. I don't like fighting the hunters. I think the hunters are kind of bullshit. Because, like, they spam their gun and they spam dodges a lot. And it just becomes a very annoying fight, in my opinion, to try and defeat most hunters. I do think the game could have done a little bit better to teach the player how to parry. Dark Souls doesn't really teach it, but in Dark Souls parrying is very optional. Whereas in Bloodborne it's like a lot more mandatory in some ways. And I still haven't been able to properly do it. And that kind of... like, parrying is very risk-reward, which I do like. But I think the risk outweighs the reward in Bloodborne for parrying. Specifically because my issue as well with Bloodborne is that you can get one-shotted very easily all the time by enemies. And with one-shotted, I don't mean by one attack hit, but like by a string of hits, because enemies can do like a combo of attacks on you that you can pretty much not avoid after you've been hit one time, because you just get staggered. So I'm like often on the 100% health, and then an enemy hits me because I make a mistake, and I can't roll out, and he just combos me, and then I get instantly killed. Because like he keeps attacking me in a combo, and then I go all the way down to 0. I think that's very bad in Bloodborne, that a lot of enemies can do that. Just string like a combo of hits on you. That especially makes it extra risky to try and go for parries, because you just risk getting hit. I like the rally system of regaining health. The game did become a lot more enjoyable for me when I figured out that when you're down on the ground knocked over, you can roll out of it, which makes you able to attack enemies a lot faster when you get hit. So I love using that when I get hit to go back and attack the enemy to regain health. But very often as well it's problematic, because like an enemy will attack you and then you retaliate and try to get your health back, but then while doing so you'll just get hit again. So kind of like punishes... I feel like I'm getting punished a lot for trying to engage with the rally system of regaining back my health. I'm also really unsure how anyone is able to play the game with any slow weapons, because I'm maining the saw spear because it's very fast, and every now and then I try playing with a slower weapon to see if that's doable. And every time I just instantly lose so much health when playing with any weapon that is a bit slower. So I'm just wondering how people play with that, with slower weapons, because I don't get it. I just can't make any slow weapon work. With the exception maybe of the extended axe, but that's because that thing actually has range. So you can kinda like stay at range and do an attack, and then back off again. But that's like very Dark Souls playstyle, which is not... it's like the opposite of what Bloodborne is trying to incentivize. Bloodborne wants you to be right in the face of the enemy. But when I do that with any slow weapon, it's just impossible, because whenever I attack, the enemy's attack is just way faster, and I can never get a hit on. So I'm generally enjoying Bloodborne, but it's definitely not a perfectly flawless experience. I also passed the big poison area. And, you know, the Souls games have those poison areas, but I think it was very overkill to also have a lot of these giants that would throw boulders at you from a distance while you're navigating the poison. And whenever a boulder hits you, you also instantly die from full health to 0, which I think is also stupid. Like, it's already bad enough you're navigating an area with poison, but to then also just have that, while you're trying to fight enemies in the poison that are not very easy to kill is very overkill in my opinion. Demon Souls also had a poison area, but there weren't that many enemies in it. Dark Souls 1 had a poison area, but it was mostly just giant mosquito thingies. But nothing was really like also harassing you from far away. I think it's a bit too much, so I was like discouraged from exploring the area further and kind of just ignore it. And then after that, I took big issue that... So they had that slow section with the poison, right? Which is fine, I understand if they want to have slower sections in the game to kind of like give some variety. But then the next section is also a slow section. I go to the next area and it's like, you know, the frenzy tower, where if the tower sees me I get frenzied, so every time I have to go and cover and wait for the bar, for the meter to go down and then move next. And I think it's like very weird to put those two areas right after another, like two areas where you need to be slower. Like I think they should have been like, you know, more separate of each other in the game. Yeah, I think you do cross some kind of bridge. And then also in the poison area was this giant eye monster that if I attacked it, it would frenzy me very hard as well. And I figured out the hard way that if you just get frenzied, basically you lose 75% of your health, which is extremely much. So I do think they went a bit overkill. And another one of my issues with the game is that even though I love how the game looks, how the environments look, and I love that they focus on creating, unlocking shortcuts, like that's all good, but a lot of areas look so similar to each other that I get confused with my navigation. Now I'm not saying that in Dark Souls and Demon Souls I always perfectly knew exactly where I was, but in Bloodborne it's like really worse. Like there's so many areas that look similar to each other, like the one forest area where you have like all the snake thingies. That was like really crazy how confusing that area was. I constantly was wandering around getting lost. Even the early town areas, and also the whole Poison Mountainous area, like I had no clue where the fuck I was going because everything just looked the same. Again, it looked beautiful. I absolutely love how all the areas look, but it's just confusing as fuck. I cannot navigate the world. There's a potion you can buy to clear frenzy. Yeah, I did hear about that. And a problem is as well, like the number I have, I forgot what it was called. It's like below your blood echoes, the other number, the other currency. Basically, I read on the wiki that if you have that over 15, it means you will lose resistance against frenzy. And I have like 40 something of it, so I have very low frenzy resistance. Yeah, insight. And I want to spend the insight, I just don't see any useful items to spend it on. So I haven't really spent it. And that's why my frenzy resistance is very shit. I also am really confused with the difficulty curve. Like, this is just a balancing complaint. But basically, well, first of all, you get in an area with the Chime Maidens, which will keep respawning enemies. I have no problems with that, but I do think the Chime Maidens should stay dead after you've killed them. Dark Souls 1 did a similar thing. You had a cave area with mages that would keep reanimating skeletons, which is fine. But then when you killed the mages... Oh no, it was not in a Chalice dungeon, it was like in the main game area. Like right before you go the normal way to where the Dark Beast Parle is. There's Chime Maidens that are constantly respawning enemies as well. And some Chime Maidens I couldn't even find. And if I killed them and then later went back to the area after visiting a lab, they would just respawn, which I think is stupid. I think the reward should be that they don't respawn the Chime Maidens, so if you've killed them that, you know, it'll be like a reward. Yeah, those are the Chime Maidens. So my problem there is that the Chime Maidens respawn. In Dark Souls 1, you also had mages that could keep respawning enemies, but if you killed the mages, they would stay dead. But yeah, that area I had to YOLO through like crazy, because there's like a laser thing you have to avoid at the end. And then you get to the cathedral area, and there's like one of the most stupid things in the games, is there's 3 hunters there that you have to fight at the same time. And I hate that, that's like dumb. That's just plain out bad in my opinion, like, I just ignored that. Because I can't fight, I can barely manage 1 hunter, let alone 3 at the same time. But then that area, the rest of that area was cool. You had those like giant cart skull monster thingies. It was pretty difficult. And then I fought like a giant enemy there. The boss. Which had like the frickin' red moon in the background and stuff. That was a cool fight. But all of a sudden, then the next area, you go inside of this sort of like school building or something, and you have these slime enemies. And that area is like super easy, all of a sudden. Like the previous area is very difficult, and then that area is like insanely easy. It's just like one very weak enemy that's like a lot there and one giant. So I don't understand. There's also like the area felt a bit lackluster in terms of what you had to do there. But it was basically super easy, that area. And then came the poison area, where like the werewolves were like literally like 3 shots for me. Very easy to beat. But then the enemies in the poison were of course more dangerous, and the rock there was insta-kill you. And then the area where I am now, then suddenly the werewolves are like super tanky. They take like over 10 hits. And I think it has to do because these are like taken over by snakes and stuff. Because when I kill them, snakes come out. But yeah, my general complaint is basically that the difficulty seems to be going up and down. It's like not staying consistent or like slowly going up. It's just like going up and down, like super easy area, super hard area, super easy area, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't feel properly balanced. Not really like complaints that make me hate the game or anything, but just like definitely things I'll fairly point out. And very rarely I also have issues with the hitboxes. enemies hitting me in the middle of a dodge or a roll. Doesn't happen as often though. Like in terms of hitboxes, Dark Souls 2 is a lot worse. But yeah. Generally I'm enjoying the game. But I just definitely have my complaints here and there. I've also done a couple Chalice dungeons, like 3 in total. One of the first here, the predetermined one. Then I randomized, I generated one with that. And then I did the second predetermined dungeon. And I think it's cool as side content, but so far they get extremely repetitive quickly. But I have read online that they improve a lot in the later tiers. Like, some people said that the level design of the later Chalice dungeons get like insanely good for like randomly generated content, so I hope that's true. Because I do hear you can get like crazy good blood gems that make you super powerful from that. But yeah, it's just, you know, I think the game is good, but there's just very specific things that annoy me and I complain about that kind of like make the experience less ideal. That I kind of expected better from the game, but in no way are they necessarily game breakers. I'm contemplating when I'm gonna go into the DLC to get the whirligig saw. Not sure if you know what weapon that is, but I've seen it online and it looks super good. It's basically like a giant circular saw thing, or like kind of like a pizza cutter. You have not played the DLC. Okay, well then you've probably not seen the whirligig saw, because I believe it's like a DLC weapon. But yeah, basically think of like a giant pizza cutter. That's the easiest way to describe it. And you can like activate the saw blades and then like saw into the enemies and stuff. It's like very cool. But the DLC area is like very high level, so I have to kind of wait until my level is good enough that I can kind of safely explore it. My darn controller cable is tickling my legs. I don't know, maybe I just had too high expectations of the game. Because so many people praise Bloodborne. And again, it's not a bad game at all. It's a really good game, but I just... with how much people praised it, I just expected it to be pretty much flawless. But I'm just seeing a decent bit of flaws that kind of make me disappointed and make me unsure if I am going to ever replay the game in the future. I'll have to see. Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls I'd definitely be willing to replay. Dark Souls 2 not. But yeah, there's plenty of similar-ish games that I'm looking forward to that are like kind of Souls-like a bit, like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Sekiro, of course, also by FromSoft. But even stuff like Neo and Dragon's Dogma, I believe, is like new thing. Also a new Lords of the Fallen coming out soon, which promises to be a bit more of like an accessible Souls-like game. And not that I'm saying that Dark Souls is not accessible for me or anything. But I think like Dark Souls is pretty simple to learn in terms of combat, timing dodges. Whereas Bloodborne is, I think, a lot harder to learn because it's so much faster. And I hate that hunters have unlimited ammo. And people argue, well, spirits in Dark Souls have unlimited casting spells. But the difference is that when a spirit is casting a spell, it takes some time and like you can easily dodge those spells. And during the casting time, it gives you an opening to attack them. Whereas the shooting hunters in Bloodborne most often are almost impossible to dodge because the animation is so fast. And it doesn't really leave an opening to attack them that much. It's not as significant. It's just very annoying because they just spam it and constantly stop you from getting closer. So I do think they kind of missed the mark with balancing the hunters. They should have definitely made it so that hunters run out of ammo and then need to like sacrifice health like the player to gain more bullets. About 2 more hours. Holy shit. I can't believe it, it hasn't even been 4 hours yet. When I did the 24 hours of the Nordschleife, I had to do 8 hours per 3 days, 3 days in a row. 4 hours would only be halfway. Jesus Christ. No clue how I survived that 24-hour race. I have to do 2 more later on someday. Like, I have to take a break from this game either after this race or after the next race. I am wondering if, like, Bloodborne is incentivized, well, is needing me to, like, do more Chalice dungeons. Because, like, I'm pretty sure it'll make a giant difference if I get more blood gems. They're, like, really gonna boost my attack power and stuff like that. I'm so glad though that in Gran Turismo 5 and onwards I'm gonna be able to save the game within pit stops, because I'm planning to play that with a steering wheel. And it would be hell to do a super long race with a steering wheel. I don't know how many hours I'd be able to keep that. Even though it'll be healthy, but you know, maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours, but like 5-hour races, that's probably gonna be too exhausting in one go. Ugh.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I gotta go quickly back to the bathroom. Oh. Jeebus. Wait till I on the brakes and also having cold tires. Stupid NSX. Oop. Shit. Hello there, Mario. Nice name. You mean my username? Thank you. Although I think you've seen me stream before, because it doesn't say that you're a first-time chatter. Yeah, thank you. Lap 135, we got a pit again. Oh, cool. That's okay. I'm glad you find it relaxing. Thank you. Well, I hope you'll fall asleep nicely, and I hope you sleep well. I appreciate it that you want to use my stream as like background to fall asleep to. That's pretty nice to hear. I'm glad I can provide some relaxation. You're welcome, man. Got like about an hour and 20 minutes left in the race. Nothing better than just hearing the revving of a car engine, right? Gotta warm up the tires now. Oh, welcome back, Galactic. think I've spun all race. Maybe 1 or 2 times, I don't know. huh? Cable just got like stuck on my front chair wheel. Second last lap. Hey there, Toaster. Good to see you, man. Welcome to the final 2 laps of a massive race. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, normally I'd have to go pit on this lap, but I don't know if I want to pit for one whole lap. I'll just have to come driving to the finish line on my rims, rally style. Been a long race though. Easy peasy. Just a bit of understeer. GG. That was a race. Four more to go. Only 350k, what a ripoff. I deserve a couple mil for that. Actually, it only records about an hour. It can't really store more of the replay in the RAM, I guess. Oh yeah, Lister Storm, that's a nice car, actually. After like about an hour, a message pops up on screen saying finished replay recording or something. Ugh. So that's 4 races left in the game. Which are these 4? Another 1,000-kilometer race. 9 hour 24. Fuji will be my next. Not sure if I'll do it tomorrow or later, some other time. Look, Toaster, we got Sweden. Volvo. One whole model. And it comes in many colors. .1%, holy shit. What's my mileage? 1,000.4. I haven't even chosen what car I'll use for the next race. Some kind of Le Mans car. Maybe this Nissan. Probably this Nissan. But that'll be some other time. I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow or not, because it's gonna be like another like 5+ hour race. Not 5 hour 50 minute, because this thing is a little bit faster, so we'll clear 1,000 kilometers quicker, but still gonna be like 5 hours, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, I don't know. Well, that's that. That was a long race. Thank you everyone for coming over and chilling and chatting and all that stuff. I'll be on again tomorrow. And yeah, I wish everyone a wonderful night. And yeah, take care. I hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good one.